Did you get a hat? That hat's not for you. Little intro battle will get you accustomed to the battle system. Its enemies not particularly dangerous. Yeah, better. Why can't you wear a shield? Shield and shield. Ah, I see. We drop this. Spear makes sense. I confirm that I did it right so that whoever the main character you talk to last prompts it. So this time we'll talk to Bulk last. Okay, good. That works. So whoever the three you talk to first, or last, triggers going to sleep. One thing I did want to do, I want to reduce the cost of their skills. The whole point of this section is so that you can get a chance to use some skills. See how that works and see what they're like. Why is that still doing that? I fixed you, didn't I? You're no longer sealing shield. That sounds like a easy fix. There is some jank with changing things on an existing file. And if that worked, yes, this is no longer locked. So that was just jank with changing an existing game, which happens. If you had all the time in the world and all the patience in the world, you could develop an entire game before even beginning to actually make the actual gameplay. I don't have that kind of patience, so I'm just kind of programming as I go. That was more of a balance change anyway. Alright, everything up to this point is looking really good. One thing that previous viewers will notice that's changed on this screen is the addition of this. The job point system, which will come into effect a bit later. For now, this will sit idle. It will not change, as the player is being introduced to the rest of the mechanics before the big one comes in. Just confirming that these, yes, these all reduced properly. And yes, that error was also fixed. I don't like the way that looks. Okay. Just want to move the comma to the other side of that. Pause. And, because there are some things you can even change while the game's in motion. Much better. I like the way that looks. And the people you talk to point out that Catalina Aranzo a ship containing her brother and her fiancé was sunk by the Portuguese. So she went to the commander of the admiral of the Spanish fleet, Commodore Ezekiel. He said, "No way, we're not going to war with Portugal over this." Put her on leave, and she stole a Spanish galleon. With our help, inadvertently. So we've joined the Spanish as Englishmen to fix this problem we done made. Alright, come the evening, Catalina attacked them. And you don't have to fight all the pirates here, but if you want to, you certainly can. There's no row system. Well, absolutely possible to implement. Decided not to do the row system because then that means balancing the game around front row, back row attacks. I don't find that necessary. Oftentimes, it just feels better to have certain enemies in the back row. Just even though those may be the ones you want to kill first. Cursed Chain does not have an icon. And by taking out the victory music, everything flows a lot more in a situation like this. Where it's supposed to be high intensity. Yes, you did not get... You do 1/5 damage of max health. And you inflict sap. Sometimes. Yeah, I want to introduce the player to more elements of the game. Well, that's random. That's a strike four random enemies move. Just happened to all land on that fellow in the back. current debate of whether or not to make these guys just a wee bit weaker. At least less health. Like, what are they sitting at now? Oh, there are 3 different kinds. As first enemies in the game, it'd only be right if they drop pretty quick. You do have Sam and Bulk here. They are certainly doing all the heavy lifting here. He hands out a bunch of these. Your physical attack against all enemies, if you choose. Fire, ice, thunder, non-elemental. These are different kinds of pirates we're fighting, right? Yes. They're purposefully made the same so that you can't easily tell the difference between them. And to the player, it would just look like the enemies have a large bank of moves to use. And move on to board their ship. And here we have a win or lose battle. Win or lose? Is that what I did with this? It is not. You must win this. Which, I made it a lot easier, so that should not be a problem, actually. That's percentage based. That cannot kill you. It's meant to look more threatening than it is. How much does this recover? Good amount. The move Catalina used, Revenge. That deals damage based off her max health minus her current health. So she deals damage to you based off of how much you've done to her. It is 4 random. It's just been getting pretty fortunate with that. She only used Vortex once. Yeah, it's there. Just always rolled otherwise. And in case you need it, Vortex is a sword that teaches you a new limit break here that it's wind attack. More of an introduction to equipment that can teach things. Alright, we've made it to London. And this is your first foray into the... Well, for the vast majority of the game, this is the maps you get to encounter. Dungeons are far more intricate than the ports, but it's a game about sailing, about exploration. The port towns here is pretty much all you get to see for the most part. We'll check out the town. Just head home first. And, you know, this is the mandatory tutorial room that people may or may not use. And for coming in here, gives you this. It's an accessory that increases luck, which I've changed to having it a factor in both escape rate as well as your crit rate. It also affects whether or not statuses land on your character. But the bigger thing, luck, this gesture's jolly. Encounter rate half. If you're not liking the encounter rate, an area, so just get rid of it. None of these shops are operational at the moment, nor do we have any money to spend. Inns are free. Lodging for sailors, when you could just sleep on your own boat. That's the logic I'm thinking of for most of the game. You could just sleep on your own boat. Why would you pay an inn? Aside from to sleep on a soft bed, but... So here we have the guild. And the different kind of jobs, they'll vary, getting more difficult as it goes along. Other key items you'll find, the guild journal. Well, we have eye drops. The game gave them to you, and you have no way to use them up, so this one's a gimme. Head back to the guild to collect our pay. And once the rats are cleared out, five smelling salts. Smelling salts are your recovery. It's your knockout recovery. 50% heal instead of the standard, what, the games do like 1/16, 1/8. They make it 50 and make them a little expensive too, just to offset that. I think that's as far as I have, yeah. It's as far as the guild goes. So far, it will be more. Hello and good morning, Hunting Swan. Hope you're having a good day. you're most likely talking about video games, but the first thing that popped in my head was that you're like in a dojo somewhere working on your form. So we were supposedly, according to England, we got abducted by Spain. So England declared war on Spain once the ship we had went down. The ship we were on went down. And since Catalina saved us and brought us back to London, that only makes Spain think even harder that we helped her out. So now Spain and England are fiercely at beginning this war. Now, when it comes to martial artist skills, like the closest thing I have right now, the guy we just had bulk hit that punchman. There are certain things I typically have go-to for monk skills. They tend to be big into meditation. Use that to heal. Since he's kind of just a generic punchman sailor, he's got the big hit. And don't just have a skill that does a hit. Make it do a thing. Meditation. Got the haymaker that could put someone to sleep. War cry is in almost every game I make. It just stuns all enemies. They lose a turn for the cost for you. That's right. Well, in Final Fantasy Tactics, they have chakra, and chakra can heal someone directly next to them as long as they're not on a different height at all. High guard is just they get cover for a few turns to protect the others. And his limit break is bear hug. If you manage to get his limit break up while he's in your party, he'll auto kill someone. Yeah, sure. Right. See, I don't know how to allow hyperlinks. Is it under settings? It's just I just see 3 asterisks there. At one point I saw the thing for allow hyperlinks and I just kind of ignored it because I was just setting up the channel. Yeah, if anyone knows where that part is under Twitch. Oh, there we go. Under moderation. That should do it. I don't see a save button here. There you go, hyperlink should be allowed now. If it allowed changes during midstream. Alright, so the Spanish want us. They're very upset. Understandably so. There we go. YouTube. Well, that's... Oh, that was yesterday. That was a Wednesday session. Getting uploaded. There we go. And this is on RPG Maker MV. That's pretty sweet. VX Ace? I made a game on there. It didn't look anything like that. That's really neat, buddy. Yeah. Just the so this game, it's historical fiction. It takes place in the 1500s, in the age of exploration. We are the main character, currently named Nick, and his older brother Jeff. We are sons of one of the dukes of England. Yeah, yeah, you could say that. It's based loosely off of the Super Nintendo game Uncharted Waters: New Horizons. It's a goofy sailing simulator, pretty much. And I'm taking general threads from that and making a fan-made RPG reimagining of it. Where there's many different people going about their things, and we're kind of intermingling with everything going on. So we were being sent to Spain, to Seville, Spain, to negotiate a treaty to keep the tensions down between England and Spain, because they're very upset with each other at this time. Unfortunately, when we get there, we get duped into helping a Spanish naval officer steal a ship. So we decide, okay, sure, we caused this problem, we'll help put it back together. Well, the lady pirate Catalina, she stole the ship. This battle is win-lose, I believe. She stole the ship because she believed the ship carrying her brother and her fiance was sunk by a ship sporting Portuguese flags. So Catalina went to her commander and demanded a fleet to go stomp the Portuguese. He said no, and so she left and stole a ship. Well, William and Jeffrey, we got duped into getting these guys distracted so she could steal a ship. We joined their entourage in order to get Catalina back, And then when our ship was destroyed, Catalina saved us and brought us back to London because she's not after us. She's after Joao, the son of the man who sunk the ship of her family. Currently, game has crashed. That's fine. So now, sadly, because Catalina saved us, that only upsets Spain more. So now England and Spain are at war. So we get sent to our room, as we do. Okay, this is a win-lose battle. We get sent to our room, and then we get attacked in the middle of the night. Well, that is historically accurate. They're very touchy. Alright, so we've been grounded just to keep things on better for us. Religion is not... The Inquisition would be going on in that... The way the Inquisition would have been going on at this point in history, historically, is... The Muslims are working... They pretty much have all... Islam has all over here. It's all over the Sahara. It has worked its way... At this point, Islam is huge. And Islam starts to bust into Castile... which is just what Spain was. Spain, Castile, and Aragon here. It didn't formalize to Spain till usually right before this. Till right before this whole fake plate would happen. So the Inquisition was more about just kicking Islam out of Iberia. Scotland, you got the Scotland Highlands up here. And there will be a major plot place up here in Scotland. As in, this will be where the heroes refuge from. And this is the level of minimalist detail that I'm going to go for the world, but we're not there yet. But someday, this will be beautiful. So William and Jeffrey, they get attacked in the middle of the night by this guy. And it's a win-lose battle, so if you got the battle mechanics down, you should have no problem beating this guy. If you don't, well, no big deal. You miss out on a knife, which would only be particularly useful if you didn't pick up anything else, so... This is a turn-based battle system with a lot of pieces to it. The game starts off pretty bare bones to get you used to the idea of the combat system. The game starts off with magic being kind of a foreign mechanic, and this will be the first time you're actually seeing any magic. So win or lose, Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I've played a ton of RPGs, so I like what I see. Like, I don't even have the big part of the game. It's not on the menu yet. It will be, but it's not yet. And party's not here yet, because you'll have quite a large party at some point too, but it builds up to that. There's only one part on the screen here that's not being used at the moment, and that's this right here. This is sitting idle, and it will sit idle for a little bit. When you have a game that has this kind of detail and this many intricate systems going about it, you want to add them in slowly. So we got beat up, woke up in jail, and we've been dumped in Istanbul. So Spain wants to punch England, but England needs a reason to fight Spain back. So it was arranged that we were kidnapped by this man and his accomplice. And it made it look like Spain did it. Wait a minute, the ground beneath the bucket looks like it'd be smashed. In the rush of tossing me in here, they forgot to take my equipment. Huge air quotes on forgot. But that'll all be explained later. The main characters here don't understand what's going on, and my hope is that the player will catch on to things that are the player will catch on to what's going on before they do. Alright, now we jailbreak. Gotta have them. One thing I've liked that's added in is that you can change your equipment mid-battle. Wind's effective on flying creatures in my game, so swap over to that, 50% damage boost. Time to get out of here. Fortunately, this is more here of a tutorial level. You're finally on your own. Let's start to introduce the party to the player, to what they're going to expect from the game. Alright, Sewer Rat should not have survived 2 hits. Just gonna drop their HP down just a bit. Which means you guys go too. And you. The first section, gotta make sure that... I've also done a lot to change the battle formulas as this has gone on. As the generic battle formula is kind of... it's not particularly balanced. So with a little bit of arithmetic, I created my own one that takes your level into account, as well as your attack, and then made the defense be percentage based. So the closer to 128 defense the enemies have, the higher percentage off the battle, the higher percentage off it comes. So which makes even minute incremental defense increases make a big difference when 6%, well, it wouldn't be 6% because that's out of 128. So 6 defense would still be, what, like 4%? 4% damage off. Just want to drop a save, reload so that the nerfing can goes into effect. Because the generic attack minus defense, that works on a very basic level, making attack and defense numbers both have to be very huge or very tiny. Like, that works on maybe like a Dragon Warrior for the NES sequence where people only have, 20 HP. A puzzle. Introduce switches. Which also makes attack and defense, but in this scenario, it makes attacks and defense buffs much more beneficial and worth using. And here the player's starting to accumulate quite a different bit of weapons here. They got a sword, they have a curved sword, a spear, a whip, and a book. They'd be very confused at this point, which is good. Why wouldn't I just pick the one that's the best? And how would you fight with a book? Well, how would I fight with a book in real life? Same way Nick does here. Just pick it up and smack him with the spine of it. Now, I did make the added challenge of needing to balance things around your ability to... both your ability to change equipment mid-battle and the tedium of needing to do that. But being able to change equipment mid-battle means if you equip something, let's say an air knife that's wind-based, and you fight an enemy that's resistant to it, you're not stuck for that battle doing no damage. You could just switch over to anything else that your class can wear. Spoiler alert, there will be class changes. The generic Lord class that they both start off as, very basic, they don't have any skills except for their limit breaks, but they could equip anything. which can be more beneficial in some scenarios, I suppose, than being able to use any special abilities. Once the class change system opens up, then certain classes can only equip certain things. They have one skill. They have their limits. That's why I also included in very useful battle items. So you have choices mid-battle to use. The way I've implemented the class change system, it just wouldn't be as beneficial to give them a skill, and then they would end up being... I either have to make two entirely different classes for both of them, and lock them only to changing to those, or they'd be the exact same, which is not as interesting when you spend so little of the game. Maybe an hour and a half total out of the... I'm hoping this will be a 40-50 hour game in this initial sequence. But in other frameworks, absolutely, you should have something unless you gain that skill right away. And this is the first battle that should really force you to use items mid-battle. And it might be possible that the microphone is picking up the neighbor's kids who are home today from school. There'll be snow outside. And here we just picked up a virus. And it was mentioned a couple times before, if you were talking to people, humans are not so fond of poison. Yep, he's looking right at your soul. These guards are meant to be off guard, so that works out. And right outside the prison, we happen to come across an Ottoman caravan. So we get the idea to hightail it out of Istanbul by stowing away in the back of this caravan. Faisal, relax. I'll take this as a compliment. They chose our wagon to hop aboard with no idea where we're headed. Some quick thinking from Jeffrey there. Probably don't want to tell him our real names. Don't worry, Faisal, you'll be joining them. Robin, Little John? Probably don't tell the merchant that we are royalty. So here, Ali, welcome Ali. He's explaining Faisal's a guest. He's not there of his own accord. He doesn't want to be here in our party. So he's here with us, but we can't touch his equipment. Not only that, we won't control him in battle either. And you have many choices of what direction you can go with things. And a free bed here with some couple items. Interspersed, people will give the same. They give the same ideas as there may have been in the tutorial house, in case you didn't want to do that. They did not. This is my future world. Band-Aids, aspirin, Pepto. I have made a series of RPG Maker games from XP to VX, VX Ace, 2000, RPG Maker 3, and I kept the same general naming scheme for all of my items, just to keep it simple. You know, the stronger the ouch heal, the better it is. And for your MP, it's for your tummy, any stomach problems you have. Increasing in strength, you have Pepto, some Imodium would be later. For percentage heals, which are always useful, you have the wonderful Tylenol. But we'll start off with a simple Band-Aid. Here are first puzzles. Start off very simple. Let the player know what they're in for. That's right. The idea is that your magic power comes from your your intestinal constitution. You cast a spell, your stomach gets upset. And good morning to y'all, or afternoon, good evening, or good night. Don't know what time of day it is for everyone else. That's a good time. Must be across the sea there. Excellent. I've learned a lot about Europe and the United Kingdom, as many of my morning viewers have been from countries across the sea. Sadly, I usually work in the evenings, so I don't know the difference between UK versus Great Britain. I would go to say that it's more of a different names go off of the different coalitions of countries of the area. Oh. See, I learn something new every day. Awesome. One of, oop. Game. 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 Wake up. Interesting. Interesting. That actually hasn't happened before. Just kind of locked up there. 1,000 hours according to Steam, and that's the first time that's occurred. Well, ain't that the truth, right? Although sometimes the most glorious things happen on stream. Hello! Like, I learned something new about Final Fantasy VII during my stream yesterday that, was it yesterday or last week? Where the All Lucky Sevens event that could happen, you get all 7 for your health, 7,777, and you hit for that much against every enemy. Well, it turns out enemies can do that too against you. If they just happen to land on 7777, then they hit you for that until you die. I never knew that enemies could also have that happen to them. I've never played Final Fantasy VII before, so it's been a good time. So we know our big goal, our motivation here as William and Jeffrey, Nick and Jeff, is we want to get back to England so that England will call off their war with Spain if they can. Spain very much wants to fight as well. One neat function about RPG Maker MV is if you hold down the mouse button, everything goes in turbo speed in cutscenes. Is the story I want to say no, because there are like you mentioned, the way you put it before, there are supernatural themes to it. And as we meet the different characters, if you're familiar with the game, with the Super Nintendo game Uncharted Waters, New Horizons, you would have an idea of the... I take the premises of the 6 playable characters there and I warp them into a much more intricate and supernatural story. I took a lot of enemies straight from the previous RPG makers that are meant for front-facing battle. Because they look kind of cool that way. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I don't feel like it takes away from the battle when they are looking at you versus turn to the right. Yeah, this one's he's got the right idea. I never did 2K3. I have XP in VX and VXA, so I was able to just export everything from there and pick and choose. You draw your own creatures. Oh, that's talent. I don't have that kind of talent. Hey, I would never attempt to draw anything with my, with a mouse or otherwise. It's the one artistic skill I really admire. 'Cause I feel like I'm one of those uptight people that are only impressed by things that I couldn't figure out how to do myself. I feel like that went on just a wee bit too long. Let's pull back on his HP. There we go. Now we're talking. I suppose, but if I pick up a pen, then whenever I pick up a pen or pencil, it's not the hieroglyphics that appear on the page. I had to take a class one time for penmanship. My handwriting on my prescriptions I wrote out were just so awful that the pharmacists were having trouble. So here I added a little thing that this will make everyone happy. You've reached the end of the dungeon. You just need to leave. You can just warp out, or if there were treasures or monsters or anything else you wanted to explore, you can walk out. We'll take the warp. Get a big bucket of cash before we move on. Worry not, Ali. We should be swift in searching for and collecting this relic. That's a fact, because I'm coming with you this time. What is this weird egg? Oh yeah, increases luck. So this time we have Ali himself joining us. He has quite a few relics in his possession. No, that looks right. Never equipped the good stuff. Capable of wiping Ali in a single hit. So if you draw a human-y thing like a bandit, does it turn out to look like a zombie, or...? These monstrous humans are also pretty neat. I like this. Blazemore was just too much. Can fix that. Make Ali stronger. Oh man, you can play piano too? It's a jack of all trades there, Nikki. Well, as you may have learned from Indigo Prophecy, if you do that, you'll die immediately. Yes, I should put a disclaimer that this is a fantasy world with fantasy elements. Do not try this at home. No matter how much you get hurt, you can't fix it by putting a dozen band-aids on it. I could be tracing and it'll still not turn out great. That's why this is draft number this is draft number maybe 10 of the world. Just drawing. Problem solved. Like, this was continuously fixed and refixed and refixed based off of England and then just working my way around the world. Because, you know, Iberia, this whole Western Europe, this is the center of the world, especially at this point in history. America looks very weird because I haven't touched it at all. And this is the largest a map can be in MV because this was made for mobile ports. But in order to have the Mediterranean be the size I wanted it to be, Africa had to be huge, which is historical. It's historically accurate, but the Amazon plays a big part in the game, so I'm actually going to make this wider at some point. I need more space between South America and Africa. And this is a very rough draft because in the 1500s, the Americas were not particularly important. The colonies were going on, the rush to get money out of here, and the slave trade. But it's huge, but it's not as important as, say, everything else, at least for the story. And it turns out when you're on the boat and you only see this much of the screen at a time, you wouldn't be able to tell just how tiny America is when you only see this much at a time. Even with the most rudimentary of tools, I cannot make something look pretty without going over it a lot. And this just takes us right back to the entrance. As for your two allies, they have healing moves. They also have ways to restore their own MP to keep the ball moving here. Basil regenerates it passively over time, as that's the accessory he's wearing. That's right, you guys slap it real hard. Just shy of 4,000 miles per hour. Get him cooked. It's like, I think it's like 6 or 8%. So he gets back just on like 4 per turn right now. Which is enough to keep him going over time. Ali has a skill Soul Saber. It's just a basic attack, but it regenerates his MP as well. So when he's all out, if he burns through it on his own because you're not controlling him, then he'll eventually will use Soul Saber to get it back. Snowballs. And here's a puzzle I put together with the last week's session. The game already introduced you to puzzles, to pushing blocks. Let's see if they can do it themselves. And if they did mess up, they can just hit the switch to reset it. And of course, turn off the encounters for that area because, oh boy, nothing like trying to solve a puzzle while getting poked in the eye repeatedly. And this is the main boss of the prologue introduction to the game. So if someone finds they're having trouble with this, they've just picked up the installation inside that grants the entire party elemental defense, cutting elemental attacks in half for the duration of the fight. Buffs like Barrier and Magic Barrier, they're all last the fight or unless you die. So you don't have to spend your time reapplying buffs over and over. But not everyone will have access to those, so when you can get to them, the idea is that the way you play the game will be balanced around the skills you want at the current time. When you have 4 party members when you'll eventually have 4 at a time, up to 4 in reserve, and they can all be equipped in different classes for any different time. And by giving the boss minor passive regeneration, I think he has like 2 or 3%, every time the player sees that tick up, they get a sense of urgency to rush it back down so they don't fall behind. Rapid attack just landed a critical. That skill should not do that. How about no? Won't take effect this fight, but it will take effect in the future. So that's just inviting up to, what, 300-400 damage? The player gets really unlucky. I'm not thinking of HP bars just because I don't particularly like the way it looks in this format to have that bar there. But I would not be opposed to finding a way to throw this up, like when you scan over it, just innately having the HP up there. If nothing else, it would be useful for testing to know how close I am so I know how much to take off at the end. Otherwise, the best way I found to test it is just go, okay, the fight should be over now, so any additional damage done, just strip that off the boss. And for that, we've picked up and his skill set changes ever so slightly. Loses one of his heals in return for getting Blaze, which is also useful here. Then it's a whole new puzzle coming back. It's not that much of a puzzle coming back. I don't know, I kind of like that you have to think of it coming from the other way. because the solution's not the same both ways. And since it's very simple on the way back, I'm kind of okay with that there. Now Ali has already equipped himself with the... Make sure it removed the other sword, yes. Coral Sword, which will be a sword from much later in the game. So at this point, the class change system has opened up. Now, the party doesn't know anything. The player wouldn't know anything about it until they step outside. Is that how you would spell Pasha? Pasha Pride is actually, it's a leftover from a previous draft of the game where Ali's last name was Pasha. But I suppose his last name now wouldn't be as pretty on the tongue. And here they teach you all about that you only have one class per. You only have one skill set per class. We're in India now. We've made it to Diu. The caravan has made it there. All we need to do now is find a way home from here. And since England had huge influence over this area, they figured, sure, you'll be fine here. Small enemies give 1, 2 from larger enemies, and bosses give up to 5 JP. Job points. You only gain JP for that class. Well, these are the tutorial guys. They teach you. They'll be back one more time when the next... Well, they'll be back at each subsequent time that more classes unlock to teach you about them. And, you know, you can call this a geisha. They're just tubby geishas. That's an Eastern thing. Alright, so for the class system, step back out here, more relaxed music. Now for the class system as implemented, you start off with 4 classes. Lord has no skills aside from the limit system. But he can equip anything. You got the soldier who can equip heavy armor, fencer is light armor and curved swords, chemist is knives and books, and the naturist uses claws and whips. We'll make Nick a chemist. Gave you a dump of... Yes, I have yet to put anything in due, as Tuesday's session is where I actually made this and finished doing the coding for the program, for the class system, and tuning it. So he doesn't start with any skills. He has a different limit break for that. And all skills cost 25 job points. So you start with... And so I went ahead and dumped off, everyone gets 25 job points per class. So you start with one skill and you work your way up. And it tells you everything about it there. These are not going to be the final descriptions, but I put it all together a lot on Tuesday. And for now, let's go ahead and teach him a heal. So now he has that one spell. And we'll make Jeff into soldier or a fencer. See, soldiers have their own array of skills they can learn. I decided to go with 8 because you can only fit 8 on the screen. I don't want some more. The naturist is that's the bard class. The naturist. There you go. The songs and dances. And the naturist can equip whips. So there's your whip. There's your whip boy back. So you get two aggressive classes, 2 defensive-ish to start with. Yeah, now we're talking. Well, if that's the case, I could just make them not able to equip any armor. I was thinking naturist as in one with nature, uses natural, air, water song. That was where my thought was. If it made you laugh, then yeah, we'll keep in that for now. All right, for now we'll teach the soldier. We'll go hilt smash for now. Naturist is a word for someone who gets naked. Well, if you have a recommendation for a whip using class that sings and dances, we could just change that over to. It could just as well be a. Could be just as well a bard. But we're not that far off from nudity. We have drugs, we have alcohol. Now, I haven't populated out here yet, but in here there's some more people. They talk about what classes can wear. And then it all comes together that, oh, okay, so this is why I've been finding so much equipment. They should talk about the basic classes. I actually want to move this man up to the corner. Because if I don't move that man into the corner, you'll be able to open this box from the other side. And they reminded you to sell your loot. Enemies all have a 1/8 chance of dropping their designated loot. Ways to make more money. A lot of classes, a lot of characters. I don't want money to be abundant, but I also don't want it to be sparse. If the biggest way you're making money is off of fighting and selling loot, then you have a choice of whether you wish to fight or not, by putting on encounter half or the eventual encounter none item. You choose your own difficulty curve is the way I'm thinking it. Someone in the Western Port's looking for work. Still need to decorate the inn a bit. Introducing Ernst von Bohr. Ernst is a cartographer. He wants to map the entire world. No, I can't get anyone else involved in my problems. It's me that he is after. You would do that? In my journey I came across a map somewhere that a certain pirate would rather I had not. The dread pirate himself is after me. Pirate, we can handle him. Might be the first pirate to cause a problem. See, I was thinking naturist in the term of almost like a geomancer kind of deal. It'd be like a pseudo wizard that's in touch with the elements. So instead of going, and since I have an 8 character limit here before it spills over into the JP, then I went with naturist instead of geomancer. Yeah, druids. They're the exact same thing. Scrying and what have you. So Ernst, you can control him, but you can't touch his equipment. I designed their faces. Ah, hello, Rageblood. I just designed them through the character generator. You have many options, of which you can make quite remarkable people here. And here is your typical druid. What one would imagine a druid to look like in America if you were to mention it. Oh, I'm glad that's listed in the past tense. And here you have tanned Ron Weasley. Okay. So Ernst is an explorer. I'm just gonna make this a no encounters. You choose whether you want encounters or not. Originally this was for floor damage. Wears off after so many steps, but Eh, you just do no encounters. You choose what you want that to be. Why do you only have 3 skills? That's your limit. Now, he should be locked. Okay, he is locked to here. Okay, making sure that's all set up. And now let's fix what I did wrong with the Explorer. This goes under limit. 160 pounds. Those Nigerian princes get you every time. Ah, this is under special, that's why. And we could also add on there, encounter none for 200 steps. You bought a Nigerian prince. Impressive. 160 pounds. That's like, what, $1,500 American monies? I don't know the conversion rates. I know a pound is like the top of your ducat system. Oh yeah, you were talking about it. So when you head to the harbor, I'm sorry to hear that about your Switch. It'll prompt you whether you want to save or not, and then it dumps you into your boat. And here we are in India, tucked away. I got a clue that someone up here was looking for work, so we'll head there when I actually make the place. But yeah, despite how large the world is, and here's Calcutta, and it's set up so that you can only disembark where I have designated. I haven't actually designated this as a place where you can disembark yet. But once I do, you'll only be able to get on and off at ports, and ports will dump you right back into your boat. You don't actually get access to land travel for much later in the game. I wanted to go a little differently. Instead of being a game where you start off on foot and you hope for sea travel, do the other way around. Did not make Cairo accessible. This is as far as the game has been programmed to. On Tuesday, we finished the JP, the class system, started making Ernst, and put the boat in play. Sail around Madagascar. Make our way down the Cape of Good Hope. Around West Africa and the Gold Coast. Ivory Coast. Lisbon, Seville, tiny France, and home to England, where we can visit you guys, out here, in Wales, and Scotland. Any of you that may be in England proper. And the general idea is, yes, you have control of the world. So you could go anywhere in the world, but enemies will get harder the further out you go. Be perfectly reasonable. It'd be perfectly reasonable for the path the game intends you to take, but if you decide to go off the beaten path, head up here to, the Canadian Isles. Let's say you want a bum rush for Japan. Well, then you choose your own difficulty pace. The game will, once it gets through its general narrative, the open world aspect is going to open up. And there'll even be there's an act of the story that has multiple goals. They do depend on each other somewhat, but the order you do them in is entirely up to you. Make our way to California. And I do plan at some point for the canal here. Well, let's go ahead and build the Panama Canal real early. Panama Canal, the Suez Canal. You have money, you could dump money into the projects here. Let's go ahead and dip into the Mediterranean. Let's say you were to come across a lot of money and you wanted to spend it. There's Malta at the request of a viewer. Go ahead and just build the Suez Canal there. Maybe move Cairo over one so that it can drop in the Suez Canal. And you get some gameplay of that before you get a slightly better mode of transportation. Athens, Istanbul. Venice. Naples. Marseille. And Genoa. Hello, Max. So the Papal State. Oh, this is Rome. This is Naples and Rome. The Papal State here will be a thing. There'll be a side quest chain for the Pope and dealing with his shenanigans. Hope you're having a good day there, Max. But it won't be. It'll be important to a degree. Rome is always important. It's been around for a bit. But the religious aspects of it will not be so much in the game. It's just more the Papal State and their ruler, the Pope. The main factions in this game are Italy, to a much lesser degree. You have the Ottoman Empire, the Spanish Empire, Portugal, England, and the Governor General of Holland. Corsica. And there's one more technical faction here in Tunis well, technically this would be Algiers, right? Tunis would be over here. Yes, here's Tunis. Piracy. Can't clutter up the Mediterranean too much. And then there'll be things inland when you're finally allowed to go inland, that'll be there as well. So this is as far as we've gotten in the story. We'll chug on in just a minute. Seem to have lost my window here. There it is. Just gonna put on some nice relaxing music while we get plugging away. We'll start with populating Dew with at least a couple more people, making sure they stay clear of the way of this path. And whenever Ernst is in your party, you have the option of just not fighting. You choose your own difficulty curve in this game. Alright, so I'm going to take a brief intermission. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, so let's get started on, well, start right here in India. I'm going to need to custom route these guys so I don't bump into the possibility of this cutscene here. Because people playing this game, they're going to learn geography too. Why not? At least general approximated geography of this game. But don't want anything to be too overloading. I don't want to make them landable. Actually, prettying up everywhere is going to come much later. And here we have Basra at the end of the oh man, as I just draw a complete blank on the sea. Oh, one thing we can do, this is desert. There's not water that goes with this tile set. Oh, there we go. And this oasis will be a side quest area much later in the game because you can't reach it from here. You can't reach it by boat. So you'll see it and go, oh, I'll have to come back to that. Let's copy and paste so I get the size the same. Everything else will change. Went ahead and picked that number for the where you can hop on and hop off of your boat because I'm a child and I won't forget that number and won't have to go back to any reference material for that. I do need to just open up some reference documents I have for the game. Let's see, do I have a music set up for the Middle East? I don't. Alright, for now it'll be the Indian music then. There's only 2 cities. Only 2? Yeah, there's only 2 places in India that I'm gonna map then. The 3 Middle Eastern ones can also be the same music, sure. Well, I suppose that would go more off, like in my opinion, I feel like that would go more off of where they're from. Whether they would say mom, dad, father. You could even make it more in depth if your main character was... If the main character's parents were of status importance, then they'd be conflicted and forced to speak to them from their title when other people are around. There's no wrong answer as long as it feels natural to you when you're writing it. You could have a lot of fun with that, actually, depending on how you go about it. Like, for the last time, stop calling me Martha. I'm your mother. If your main character is, you know, a teenager going through a rebellious phase. Let's move this a little over to the left. Dang it, Rick. Alright, so definitely need a harbor in every town, an inn. Harbor and inn could occasionally be the same thing, just to change things up. But this one will be different. See, it's just the ideas are flowing on there now. Got the weapon shop, the harbor, the inn. And purposefully make this a not so exciting town, because this guy you meet, he wants to get out of here. Did I not save? No, I saved him. There it is. Now there is no turban, so we're going with some other sorts of headgear here. Oh, it's Jesus. We've made it Jesus. Just looking at this, we're looking for generic townsfolk. Number 1. More interesting choices for headgear for women. Why can't they be unisex? Just make this tab a little longer and put them all in there for both parties. And there's generic Middle Eastern woman number 1. Yeah, no need to make it. Yeah, with this simplistic design that I'm going for, they're gonna be varied, but not so much. Players can be encouraged to explore, but I don't want them to get overwhelmed by feeling the need to check out every nook and cranny all over the place in the world. Always have to have these master ones here somewhere. We'll put them up by England so I won't forget where they are. And there's a first little port that you get directed to. Pick up your first optional permanent party member. Raja. I would also want to... we'll come back to that when I get to Raja. Do want uniformity, though. Always pleasing to see that same formula. Making... There's going to be... How many ports are we looking at here in the world? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's going to be no less than 50 ports in this world. World big, and a lot more effort goes into the actual areas you explore. Did say I wanted to put more in the inn. It's a big letter. Big envelope, alright. There we go. Now we can get in and out of this place. Well, we can get out. Let's go ahead and put the inn in. Never did the inn for you either. There we go. Just looking up my reference materials here. They do contain spoilers, so I don't have those on stream. So in here, Act 1, Scene 6. No, this would be Act... Yeah, this is Act 2, Scene 1. You have the boat now. That's the beginning. All right, so here in Act 2, Scene 1, India. I guess I can put this on screen. Goal here is, in India we meet Ernst, we get a ride home for helping with his pirate problem. We're going to defeat the pirate, learn that Catalina's attacking Portuguese fleets looking for Joao. Joao is the son of one of the dukes of Lisbon in Portugal. We'll find that Joao is off on his own quest. And we decide we need to help Joao. He was an old friend of William and Jeffrey's. So we have full control of the ship for the world, although this has changed ever so slightly, as we already have control of the ship at this point. Okay. Need a new weapon? How about some armor? Like, there are stretch goals for what I would like to see done with the game, but I want to get bare bones first. I want to get it going. It's good water. Nothing wrong with putting down a placeholder person. That's right, you feed your skeleton. That horrifying picture. Doors on the left. Aha, I know what I want you to say. In case a player were to think, these enemies have been dropping loot items, like just trash. Maybe I should say hold on to these in case there's some kind of sort of alchemy system. And then no, there's no alchemy. There's no constructing out of pieces. No one's gonna ask you to collect them for feathers. I don't like tedium. I don't like grind. You get one of these, you sell them. Make some money. Be happy. If you choose to use Ernst's skill that allows you to not have it in random encounters, then you don't get those. If you get them, good for you. Use them. Alright, you're the inn. I still can't believe I've used this program to make an entire game. I have spent, according to Steam, 1,000 hours on it. And Tuesday is when I noticed in the bottom left corner of the screen, when you scroll over these spots, there's descriptions for them. Tuesday, for the first time, my eyes were caught. My eyes were drawn to something moving in the bottom left. And I noticed, for the first time, book. Open book. Old book. Suppose it could have its uses, but... Cooking, disaster, mystery dish. Some of these names, they're good. Alright, so at the 201 mark is where the really important switches will go, because I did not think to do this in the first set. If the game's going to respond to what characters you have decided to pick up along the way, or have ended up with, well, you need a way to toggle whether they are there or not. Tricky part here because you could get this guy at any point in the game, so I'm going to need to This won't make any sense to you guys, but I know what's coming later in the game. Alright, if none of those are true, then... And I'll have to come back and redo this when we get to later parts in the story. Actually, Basra, if I'm thinking correctly, geographically, this would be about Iraq. Iraq would be like here. And Baghdad would be right there. Like here we have Israel, formerly of the Palestine, the Gaza coast here. So just east of that would be Iraq and Baghdad. You can make a reference to that. Yeah. But you happen to be heading... No. That if you decide to welcome Raja aboard. We gladly welcome a friend. Let's go ahead and so we don't have to look for this every time. There we go. This way I can just dump that there so that whenever for all the times we'll need to use it, just copy and paste. Actually, player only got a chance to name William and his brother. You could also give him a chance to name the permanent party members. Yeah, let's do that. Raja would be 15. And there we go. Raja on, and you have yourself your first permanent party member, along with Will and Jeffrey. Game directs you to come out to here. You get immediately a good reason to come out here. Now, the scary part. Let's go ahead and poke it and hope it worked. Right. And such simple directions will give you an idea of where you are. Right, we changed your name. You guys are no longer the nudists. Although, what was that term you guys used for the natural geomancers and your druids? Like the real life geomancy performed by druids. Sometimes I consider getting a microphone stand holder, like one of the ones that arch up and over the monitor, because typing around this giant microphone sometimes a little have troubling, because I'm always afraid I'm going to punch it. Happened a couple times during League of Legends where I just knocked the mic over entirely. None of you sage or nature. I know we're gonna find instances of this scattered throughout from a previous script of the game. These things always happen. Now, where were we? Properly labeled Bard. Raja, I imagine, would not be set up properly, but we'll head over there just to make sure the whole getting him process worked. Womp womp. Player touch. Fix that. All of these would be like that, wouldn't they? Yep. Alright, it's a little bright. Let's adjust that. Where did I put that? Where's the tint screen effect? Did I put it on one of you guys? Oh, we're looking into you, Basra. A little less super bright. Little bit of a tint. Alright, now all of this is what I need to... Alright, it is unclass all. Unlock class all. I did want to set up JP though. Alright, set JP for actor 15. 25 for... Yeah, 25 for each class. Same as the others. Not noticeable. Alright, let's adjust that a bit more then. As I do immediately what I said before and slap the mic. If I take off the gray. Yeah, that curtain looks nice. Huh? How'd I do that? Well. Ah. And it would be helpful if I actually added him to the party, huh? Yeah, that didn't actually do that. I want to make sure this works the way intended. Or if I were to load from there. Okay. You get a quick glimpse of where you were, so you can see where you're going. I like it. And he starts off in any one you want. Does not have a lord class, that's purely for the two lords, actual lords. Could, because he has an affinity for chemistry, I could give him more chemistry skill. I don't know if this is noticeably brighter. The other ones will be more so. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's give him 2 skills worth of. Just confirm. Chemist is 4. Give 50 for class 4 for Raja. And then we'll be in good spots. And it loops pretty nicely with their world map at not actually having a theme at the moment. Alright, chemists just wear light armor. And while they could have poked it by now, the player would have no reason yet to use the party command. So I'm not going to poke that just yet. you'd want to keep in mind, he only starts with 40 MP. Unless... Currently, all books do is a way to increase their magic attack, but given their skills... Actually, none of these are based off magic. So instead of magic attack, could boost their MP with books. Yeah. Now we're thinking. Originally, that was going to be like a magic-based class. Ended up being more of a utility. And we'll work on the curve for this at some point. Okay. So that's it. That exciting part's done, and so is Basra. So along the way we have Mecca over here. Up here we'd have Cairo. Heading southwards, I'll put a couple of Eastern African ports here. One will have a side quest you could do. What we do need first, we need some enemies in the ocean. Start very basic, the ones you'd be fighting on your way there. Yeah, more basic than that. Can't get on your boat, and on the first day as a sailor, you immediately run into a kraken. That'd be a bit much. At this point, you have a party of 3, maybe a party of 4, so... At this point, making them tougher is not a terrible thing. And make sure that this is attached. They're not going to start granting job points. Just going off a baseline for where my stats were. Yeah, it's very early in the game for the numbers to be this way, but if this is what balances them, that's fine. What I can just do later, something I've done once already, is I can just take the basic modifier, because the enemies don't have levels. So the enemy versions are simple attack times multiplier. Well, I can just increase this multiplier. To get them to balance out to be the same amount of damage I would want from them regardless. Alright, and I did already do target rating. So certain people will get targeted more than others. Or less. Yeah, a little early to run into a squid, so we'll leave the Krakens for further down the line. Sahwahin. Yeah, still a bit too much to start with. Start slow. Two and three and three and three. 4 attacks per enemy. Yeah, these numbers are extremely misleading on this side. The numbers are more tightened up on your side, because it's also geared around your levels. By not giving enemies levels, it's way easier for me to gear their stats towards what I want them to be. Did not organize very cleanly the enemy list. Which I could have done if I was to do this way in advance. It doesn't take that long just to do it on the fly. Actually. Alright, and which one's the attack twice one? Here we go. 320. What is Frost Shield and who uses it? Ah, you do. Oh, you could. Alright, let's toss our first enemies onto the world map. But before we do that, we need to designate a region for them. So this will be enemy wave number 1. This is going to be a very colorful map on the region field once I'm done with it. For the general aspect, this will be from right out the gate down to down here to the cape. Not even that far. If you want to travel along Antarctica, well, that's not where the game is shooting you to go, so, yeah, don't go down that far. The enemies there will be balanced to a much further point in the game than you. Now these regions are subject to change places as the world map changes. Figure I'll do the fine-tuning of the game as I go along making it. Multiple people told you to follow the coast. If you don't follow the coast at this point, well, that's really on you. You also have step guard. And the game did just prompt you to save, so there's really no downside to that. Well, the game did direct you to Calcutta, so I'll stretch this out to Calcutta. There. What you can do is now that the region's placed, put that away. Just reduce the stress on the engine. Edit troops encounter. And this will be just in region 1. You could have enemies overlap regions by up to 3. And there we go. There's our first set of encounters. Now we balance them. Well, let's grab Raja first. Always important to give them just a kind of a random name. Alright, slide down to that nick. Wonder, how did I... For the druid... Right, we changed your name today. Because apparently naturist does not mean what I thought it meant. Okay. And the druid's attacks are all... Oh, this one's physical. Let's go ahead and jot those down. Be important for the player to know as well. So he starts off at 50 because he's going to be a little more geared towards here. I did make the book. Yeah, it gives MP. Okay, it didn't reset because I changed it on a game in motion, but in the future that will increase magic points instead of magic attack. want to balance this around top equipment. Or at least, not top equipment, I want to balance around basic equipment, like the standard at this point. Interesting, I don't have these increasing magic attack. So let's go ahead and do that. It's under armor. Yeah, now we're talking. Armor can be more. Yeah, it still gives some buff. In fact, it gives the same buff. And we'll tune this as it goes. Not that they'll take effect now, but it's there for later. But why? That just sounds like I messed up. Looks like I messed up the math here. Magic attack. Well, let's take one that I know works and toss that in the place of it. 16 was the spell power. Alright, there's going to be a lot of tweaking as we go. Chance Dance is not... There we go. That's a limit. Yeah, you don't have to fight particularly long to get your next skill, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with this so far. Yeah, that just looks like I messed up the math on that one. And when the math doesn't make sense, it just kind of crashes and goes, 0. Hilt Smash working as designed. Okay, and there's actually one easier way you can go through things to test it. Just pick any icon, battle processing, destination with a variable. And put that as 10. Let's go ahead and 2 variables. 10 will be battle practice. If it's greater than 0, alright, I don't want that. Alright, so battle processing, destination with the variable, and to test a certain one you want. For example, I want to test troops starting at 190. I just have to go here beforehand, set variable to 190 for battle practice. And that'll just go straight through, and after the battle's over, you can add 1 to that. And that's an easy way to, because now it's going to add 1 variable to this, so it's going to go to the next one. Well, it'll go to the next one, and then it'll reset it back to that. So to fix that, and there you go. Now it's going to do this, do that battle +1, do that battle +1, until the game crashes because it loads a empty one. So if I sail to her, yep, there we go. It's going to bring up this one. And the next battle should bring up the next one. Ah, did I fix you? No. Still doing no damage. Alright. Inner brackets, outer brackets, times inner brackets, outer brackets. Ah, I see. I missed a bracket. On the prompt? Well, I guess I actually haven't had a party spell go off before. Ah, all allies. As your full revive. Okay. There we go. Far too powerful. But that's where tweaking comes into play. At this point, it takes a bit to level up, so yeah, 100 per fight is fine. Ideally, I'd like to see you level up once per dungeon, like per area, on a decent curve. And then if you grind, well, then you're doing that to yourself. Now that I'm thinking about what you guys said earlier, that I happened to give the naturist class the whip, that's fairly humorous. Okay. So all in all, the enemies are looking pretty good. No one should be... I don't want the enemies to be really threatening at this point. You mean you just got your gameplay mechanic. This is your chance to actually play with it. Actually, what I did not do was test to make sure that skill is now balanced. Oh, that looks better. It understood. It was a duel. And that was with 18 at magic attack. Yeah. Hats give half the amount of magic attack per defense, and the rounded down, of course. The armor does the good stuff. The hat is supplemental. And how would that look on a fully decked out wizard? It's 80 right there. Ah, right. You would also have the main big giver. No other source of... Have yet to do... Yeah, rods aren't giving it any right now. Alright, so that was... It's been a little over, I guess, about 5 hours of this. Raja is now more or less a part of the team. We have a boat. And we have a direction to sail. We'll get as far as... Well... Started to pretty this area up. I guess next time we'll do Cairo... Mecca? Mecca? Mecca. And then start working our way down the African coastline. So it's... I guess we could slap on the Himalayas. I'd have to look at an actual, like, regional map of most places, as I'm versed in history to a degree, but geography, not so much. Like, I want to add on, like, the Euphrates here. Euphrates would be up here. The important rivers of India. So, next time, more RPG Maker Uncharted. Thanks for swinging by, everybody. Have a good day.